Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'm here to give you guys an introduction, tell you what we're going to be working on the hot shop floor. So everyone you see on the floor today, they are our resident hot shop team. They work here for the museum. And we're going to see them make some snow globes today on the hot shop floor. These are going to be pretty large too. It sounds like maybe about this big overall. And we're just starting by making all of the details for the snow globe. So like a little tree with presents and a snowman, and then we'll make the larger globe itself and put everything together. And I can give you guys an overview of the hot shop in general real quick before I follow along and just jump into explaining what they're doing. So we're going to be using many pieces of equipment throughout the hot shop today. We have these tanks with the closed doors. This is what we always start off with. Those are our glass furnaces. And I know you guys can't see very well from where you're sitting personally, but there's one right there as well that holds just a pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this stays on 24/7. We never shut it off or turn it down. Just throw new material in, which is the raw sand, soda ash, limestone mixture, and then melt it down. And then at each of our benches, we have these open face furnaces. They're very bright, radiating a lot of heat. These stay at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit as well, up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will use them to reheat the glass to make it malleable or just to keep it warm enough to prevent breaking. And we are going to be using a variety of torches. I'll explain those when we start using them, so it's really easy. You'll have an example as we use them. And then this silver box here, we're going to use for every little piece of glass we make, like the tree we just finished or the snowman we just finished. We'll place it inside of this box. It'll stay warm at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in there, which I know sounds really hot, but the glass is solid at that temperature. So next, we're also getting started on some blown glass at the center bench. Not sure if you can tell quite yet, but up on the screen, this is a bubble of glass, so it's already technically hollow. We have a pocket of air inside of it. And this is just clear glass. We're letting it sit and cool down, and then we will drop a bit of completely molten colored glass on top of it, which Gabe has on the end of his pipe. And after that's dropped down, it's cut off and away from that pipe. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear glass and we can't see the clear glass anymore. Just forming a layer of color for the entire piece overall. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's a pretty common method of coloring our glass. Also, for those who just joined in, I wanted to share one more time real quick that we are working on some snow globes today. And what this means is we're going to be creating all these little sculptural pieces like a tree and a snowman, maybe some presents and ornaments. We're going to set them aside, keep them warm, and then we'll create this clear glass dome to go over top and kind of encapsulate everything. So we're still just kind of getting started. I think we're finishing the tree over on the left bench if you wanted to see a glimpse of that. So to roll that color back, we've been using this large metal table called the marver, just kind of pushing all that color over top of the clear. So this piece that we're working on at the center bench, this blown bit of glass, is going to turn into the base of the snow globe. So I assume it's going to be blown out, maybe opened up into more of like a plate or platter shape. So I just used a little bit of compressed air at the center bench, cooling down the glass faster than if we were to leave it alone. We are also using a torch over on the left bench that I wanted to make sure to point out. And this is the same as this torch right here. It's kind of hanging on the side of this piece of equipment. So this smaller handheld torch has two tubes connected to it, oxygen, propane, and this will create a really hot, sharp flame. Really helpful for sculpting, just heating up small areas very quickly. And right after getting another layer of clear, we'll sit down and we'll use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. So yes, this is carved out of wood, usually a fruit wood, and kept saturated in water. And we've now smoothed and evened that surface back out. So we always let that layer of glass cool down before we get our next layer. Basically, so we have this solid core of glass inside of the honey textured fresh glass on the outside. And then everything stays just where we want it. It's not moving around like crazy if it was too hot. And just to point out again, that glass that's sitting in there, I don't think you guys heard, is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's apparently hotter than some lavas. I don't know, it's interesting. So with this tree that we see on the screen, we started with a base layer, started with clear glass, of course. Then we added a little bit of green color onto the surface of the clear. And then with the white, we sprinkled a powdered glass over the surface. So we really got that much closer to having the effect of snow being on the tree. Yeah, the way that we're applying our color today, we are using a lot of frit, which are these shards of colored glass inside of these buckets. The different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear, and then they will kind of break it apart, chip it out. So this glass at the center bench, we're now just starting to blow it out a little bit. We're using this pad while we blow it out. This is actually just folded up newspaper, just pads of newspaper, folded up, splash it or soak it with water. And then using those, surprisingly can't feel the heat through them. And then these are the jacks, these two metal blades. And we use them in so many different ways. At the moment, we're squeezing down, basically just off the end of the pipe, creating a breaking point for ourselves to use later on. Oh, this is really satisfying. Up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. Looks like Trent's wrapping up a present over there. So this is a stringer, basically a strand of colored glass. We can use it for detail if we heat up the end of it and apply it to the surface of our piece. So we'll use this, for example, for like this snowman's eyeballs and any of the details we need, like a scarf. It's really helpful to have these small pieces of glass, but it takes a very steady hand. So this is why it's important to have a team when you're glass blowing. You physically can't do multiple of these jobs at the same time. We need somebody to blow into the pipe or keep pressure, air pressure inside of the pipe by capping it with their finger. We need somebody to sit at the bench and keep the jacks on the side of the piece, which are those two metal blades. And then you need a third person to push a wooden paddle on the bottom of the piece to flatten it. And then all of this combined can create a really nice sharp angle for the bottom of the piece. So we have that nice crisp edge. And this glass is pretty thick. You can see that layer of clear basically right on the outside. We are going to pretty soon be bringing over another pipe and attaching it to the bottom so that we can open this up from the top a little bit further. And this is something we don't get to see usually. This is a tungsten bit inside of a drill. We're heating it up, pushing it into the bottom, and creating an opening. And this is because the snow globe is going to be completely sealed off on the top. So we don't want to create a vacuum inside of this piece of glass on accident, which can cause the glass to implode on itself or kind of suck in on itself. So we've just brought over another blowpipe, meaning this is hollow all the way through, and we have basically this clear glass in the shape of a crown on the end of it. And we connect this to the bottom of the piece. We'll section this off to make it easier to break off later on. And then, once we're sure of that connection, we can break the entire piece off from that first pipe it was built on. So this is essentially flipping the orientation of the piece. It's something we have to do for almost any blown piece of glass that we make in the hot shop. We apply a little bit of water to crack that connection. And then with the tap of the pipe, it pops right off. So now we can work on the portion of the snow globe, I guess, of the base of the snow globe that's going to have the rest of the snow globe sitting on top of it. So we're using this hot torch again. We're superheating just the area where we have our opening into the entire piece. And then we have this second pipe now with a little clear puck on the end. We're going to use that to kind of seal the opening off. And then I assume we'll pull away and section the glass off. You'll see how it all plays out, but we got to let this stay pretty cold. And by cold, I mean at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold for glass. So again, we have sealed that opening off. And then we section the glass off while it's still nice and hot. And we'll cinch all the way down until it's completely closed off. So just to point out, the stuff in that tray on the floor, something called frit, which again are basically these little shards of colored glass. So we now have, looks like a dusting of snow. And we've brought our first sculptural piece over. This is the tree that was made over on the left bench earlier, I think when you guys joined in. So we just heat up that connection point, basically the trunk of the tree, and we'll be able to stick it on to our base. And after giving it a few seconds to cool down, we can safely heat everything up, just making sure it stays warm enough to not crack. And we do have even more little pieces to add. This is the snowman we're bringing over. And next we bring over a present. So it seems like these are all the finished details for our snow globe. So next, we have to create the clear glass dome that'll cover and encapsulate the entire thing. And again, because we don't want to create a vacuum inside of this piece, it's going to be completely closed off on top. We drilled one more hole into the top of the base, and we already have a hole drilled into the bottom. We did that before you guys came in. So we could keep that piece of glass warm by just heating it up over and over and over again, or we could set it aside in the garage, which we've just done, which is going to hold it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for us while we finish the dome. So we'll be able to just pull that back out later on and connect the two once we have it ready. So we'll keep gathering up layer after layer of clear until we have enough mass for this piece overall. And each time we get clear, again, we sit down and use the block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool you see Trent using now. We're just kind of smoothing and evening the surface layer of glass out so that the bubble blows out evenly from within. And we do already have a bubble in this glass. And then once we have enough glass for our individual piece, that's when we usually move to the center bench. So at this point, since we've moved to the center bench, it tells me that we're ready to blow this out and start making our dome or our cover. And could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. And this is just a pipe cooler, of course. Usually after we have gathered layers of clear, especially if we have to stick the pipe deeper into the furnace to get the glass, there's a lot of heat that builds up in it. So now using our pad of newspaper again, we're able to guide which way the bubble blows out. Also, I guess I haven't pointed this out, but we're using these wooden paddles more so as shields between the hand of the artist, or the arm of the artist, and the glass. There's a lot of radiant heat coming off of the piece. It's always between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're only a few inches away. And then we're able to use this fluffy torch to heat up sections of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall, or to preheat a tool. I guess we saw that as well briefly. So they have the, not sure, oh yeah, there we go. We have a caliper at the bench there, and they just use that to take a measurement of the base, I think the size of the base. And then I think they have a pretty good idea of how tall all of the objects are, so they should have the idea of how wide to blow the bubble out. And yeah, honestly, sometimes you will see the artists guesstimate things here and there, because these guys have a lot of experience. So for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop first of all. And I wanted to share real quick what we're working on, who's on the floor today. So we have our resident hot shop team on the floor. These guys work here full time at the museum, and they'll help visiting artists that come through. They'll work on store items. I think that these projects that we're working on today are going into the Museum of Glass store, but we are working on snow globes, like giant snow globes. And these, of course, are not going to have water in them, but they already are going to have all those decorations. We have a tree and a snowman and 2 presents for this one, which we've already finished the base and all of those details. They're all together. We're just finishing off the dome now that's going to cover everything up. And then we'll bring the 2 together. So right now we have a pretty good sphere, but we need to open up one end of it further so that it fits over the base of our snow globe, or fits on the base of our snow globe perfectly. So what we've done, we've added a small pad of clear glass onto the top of our sphere or dome. We'll be attaching another pipe to this area pretty soon, and then breaking the entire thing off of the pipe it's on right now. And that'll allow us to start opening the other end up and fixing up the other end. So we've just brought over that second pipe. We attach this right onto the end. Before adding on a little bit of water, that's just going to crack that connection from thermal shock. So we just tap the pipe and it pops right off. So now you can see how we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. We can start opening it up from this opening that we have from that break. And for those who joined in a little later, I just want to share again, we are making a snow globe at the moment, and this is the dome or the cover for the snow globe. We already have the base for the snow globe and all of those little details on the inside. We have a tree, we have a snowman, and we have two presents. And that base, along with all those connected parts, is currently sitting inside of this silver box right here. So when you see we're working with that box, we're just trying to keep things warm in there at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of a place where it's putting the glass on pause. We could just bring it back out and start heating it up again. So we've already started to open this up, starting by using the jacks, which are those two metal blades on the inside, just slowly lifting up the wall. And to blow this out a bit more round, we're going to be using the Sophietta. So this cone-shaped tool, the cone blocks off the opening of the piece, And then we can reinflate it by blowing into the mouthpiece on the opposite end. Yeah, I know it's kind of rare for things like that to happen, but interestingly enough, the piece popped off of the pipe inside of the gloriole, which is where we heat up the glass. So we had to restart that dome, but luckily the hardest part of the piece where we have the base and all those details, that's safe. We just kept it warm and then we're putting it back inside of the garage. So luckily, nothing crazy. It's not like the entire piece is gone, but yeah, stuff like that happens. By the way, if anyone has any curiosities about anything, feel free to ask me any questions you have, whether it's about things you've seen in the gallery or just glass in general. Should be able to answer a lot of your questions. So for those who joined in more recently and of course just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We are working on some snow globes today, and we were just about to finish one before you guys came in. And a little something happened. So we're starting over on the globe part of the snow globe, and then we'll be able to attach everything together. So we already have the base made. We have all of our details attached to the base, like a tree, snowman, and a couple of presents. It's super cute. I can't wait for you guys to see it. And yeah, we're just going to be working with some clear glass and blowing out that globe. And just to give you guys an overview of the hot shop, because I know some of you have maybe never been in one before, talk about some of the equipment. So this is the furnace in the back with the closed door. We technically have two of them on either side of the hot shop. We usually only use one at a time, but they have this glow emanating from behind that closed door. They run they run basically just at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. We keep it at that temperature 24/7 so that the glass is always ready for us to use. It's the same consistency and temperature. And at this temperature, the glass is the texture of honey. So to gather it up and use it, we literally just stick our pipe into the pool of molten glass and then twist or twirl it, and we pick up a ball of glass. And then with these open face furnaces, these are used to reheat the glass and make the glass malleable again, or just keep it warm enough to not break. And we do have two of these on at the moment. They're not necessarily different from each other. We just want to be able to work at two places at the same time. So for those who haven't seen this part of the process yet, we're using a pad of newspaper. So this is just layers of newspaper that has been folded up, and we've splashed it or soaked it with some water. We're kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out by using that newspaper. And then we'll move on to making the jack line, which you'll see we use the jacks, these two metal blades, to squeeze down onto the glass. And this wooden paddle is just being used as a shield at the moment, although we do use them to flatten the bottoms of our pieces as well. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on snow globes today for the Museum of Glass store. And this is, of course, the globe portion of the snow globe. We already have the base made, and it has a little tree, and it has a snowman and a couple of presents. So we'll be able to pull that out pretty soon and then attach the two together. Yeah, we just keep carefully blowing this out to get it to the full size that we need to be able to fit on top of our base and make sure it fits over all those objects. And then we bring a small bit of clear over. This is attached to the very end of the bubble. This is flattened down, and this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe relatively soon, just so we can break the piece off of the pipe it's on right now. So while we were keeping the glass warm, there was another pipe with a little bit of clear glass being prepared. This is the punty. It's attached to the end of our piece, or I guess technically with some sculptural pieces, you could attach it different places. Usually it's attached to the end right here. Then we use water to break the piece off, just using thermal shock to our advantage, and then pop the piece off with the tap of the pipe. So from here, we're going to be able to heat up just the front portion of the glass, right around that opening, and then we'll slowly open it up to its full size. So we have a really good view of this on the screen using the jacks now, which are those two metal blades. We could go on the inside and slowly open this up. We're just applying light pressure to the wall of the piece. And then using the Sofietta, we reinflate the glass. Also, just to point out, we've brought the base of the piece out. It's over on the left bench at the moment. You can see the tree and the presents and the snowman. So we're using these fluffy torches at both of our benches. We're using them to heat up any areas that are cooling down too quickly, especially where the pipe is connected. That tends to be the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out. And the pipe itself sucking heat out of the glass. So we'll apply a little extra heat, make sure what happened last time doesn't happen again. Yeah, we'll just keep double checking the opening of the globe with the calipers. Has to be nearly perfect when it goes onto the base. So at the center bench, we're setting up a couple of important things. We have some rollers on the arms of the bench. So instead of rolling the piece back and forth like we've been doing this whole time, we'll instead be rotating it in just one spot on the bench. This really helps us line things up and keep everything symmetrical. And then this setup here on the right is going to allow us to line up the base with the globe perfectly. Yeah, that was just a size check, making sure everything's lining up properly, and it's looking like it's gonna be a perfect fit. So now we have to start applying heat to the two spots where the pieces are gonna be connected. So just the rim, this opening, and then also the edge of the base over on the left bench. So we bring the two pieces together, and to make sure that that connection is extra strong, we seal it with extra heat and run the newspapers over top of it to smooth it out. And then all we have to do is break away this smaller pipe here, and that should leave us with our two pieces connected. It's always an intense moment. They were making these all day yesterday too, by the way. So they're well practiced at this point. Yeah, so they have these pretty well hidden holes. They have a hole that goes through the bottom where it's connected to the blowpipe right now, and then they have a hole through the base kind of up next to the snowman into the globe. And this allows them to continue to blow into the piece of glass and work with it further even after they've connected all those pieces. And then there is this extra bit of clear up on top. Looks like this is something they'll want to pick off and try to get rid of before they put it away. Or actually, they're adding an extra detail to the very top. Something like a marble. So when we finish our pieces, we'll usually break them off at the bench. We'll do the same thing you saw earlier, applying a little water to that connecting point and then tapping the pipe, and it should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And then we'll carry this over to the annealer on the right wall to put it away. It'll slowly cool down in there, at least overnight, but realistically, probably closer to 24 hours. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. It's our first snow globe of the day. So that box, it's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. It's not exactly cold yet. So this is a continuous process. We usually will just work the entire time that we have throughout the day. We only have an hour left until our usual lunch break, so we're going to make all the smaller components that you see inside of the snow globe, and then we'll set them aside to keep them warm, and then we'll bring all of it together after lunch and kind of finish it off. Yeah, this part's really fun to watch too. I mean, you get to see how all those details are created, how they get the snow on the tree, how they get the bow on the present. It's all very detail oriented. So for this snow globe that we're getting started on now, we're going to add in our annual ornament on the tree inside the globe. So each year there is a different annual ornament that we create. There's a limited number of them created, and we have an image of it up on the screen now actually. It's kind of hard to describe how they create this, but we have striping of a metallic gold and clear glass. So we're going to create a mini version of this for our snow globe by using solid glass. So we're going to be working at both of our benches, well, both the left and the center bench. And for those who just joined in and more recently joined in, we are working on some snow globes today. And these are definitely larger scale. The last one we made was about this wide, I would say. Yeah, it's pretty big. And we are putting lots of cute little things inside of them. The last one had a tree and a snowman and a couple of presents. This one, for the tree, we're going to be adding our annual ornament, which I was just talking about. But this is being made at the center bench, that little annual ornament. So we have a view of the left bench at the moment. I think Trent's going to get started on the tree again, like last time. And the way that we're coloring all the glass, luckily you can see up on the screen these metal dishes just filled with color. This is something called frit, little shards of colored glass, basically. And we'll pick this up on the outside of molten clear glass. That heat just causes them to stick together. And then we end up with a color on the surface of our piece, kind of a sprinkled, mottled texture when it comes to frit. It's interesting. And any of these small details we make, like the first ornament we just created, are going inside of this box right here called the garage. This is going to keep the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, because our plan is we want to make all the details that are going on the inside of the snow globe. We'll set it aside to stay warm in there, and then after our lunch we can take everything out and put everything together. So to create this tree, Trent first created an overall cone shape out of that green glass, and then took the shears, which you can imagine are like glass scissors, and he's just cutting in an angle to create those branches. And with the last one, they even added a little sprinkle of snow on top in the form of powdered white glass. You know, since there's so many new people in here, I think it'd be a good idea to give an overview of the hot shop in general, give you an idea of the temperatures and the different pieces of equipment. So, to point out one of the most important pieces of equipment, our glass furnaces. This is where we're actually getting all of the material that we're starting off with. And those are the tanks with the closed doors that we have on either side of the hot shop, kind of close to, I guess, the center of the hot shop. But yeah, we have a giant ceramic crucible in those. It's just filled with molten glass. Starts off as a sand mixture. We throw it in, melt it down. It stays at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass is a texture of honey. So we just gather it up like honey on the end of our pipe. And then with the other pieces of equipment, the ones that we're reheating the glass inside of, something physically inside of these, I guess kind of like a swirling ball of fire in there, running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will eventually be using some of these torches that we have out. I know, for example, Trent is using a torch over on the left, this smaller handheld one especially. And this is the hottest item in the hot shop. It gets up to about 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like a little lightsaber. It's a bright blue flame. You can kind of tell how hot it is. Could I have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So over on the left bench, if we look up on the screen, we are actually bringing some of those ornaments over and attaching them to the side of the tree. Could we have a different view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So we'll end up having more ornaments than we need for this one tree, but we can just use them for the trees on our other snow globes that we make throughout the day. So we'll continue to make them and set them aside, keep them warm. And I know a couple of new people joined in, so I wanted to reintroduce the project real quick. We are eventually going to be making a snow globe, and inside of this snow globe we'll have this tree that we're finishing off over on the left bench. We'll have some presents, I've heard, and we're determining if we want to add a snowman this time. So we'll see. Yeah, each of these snow globes are going to turn out different from each other. making them extra unique. Yeah, I'm assuming that bit of glass we just added, something like garland. So it was a shiny metallic color. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to anyone who's recently joined in. See some new faces here and there. Today we are working on various snow globes. And by various, I mean we're filling them up with different things. At the moment, we have made a tree that has some of our annual ornaments on it. We are also making a present, which we can see up on the screen or over on the left bench. Or I guess we could see on the screen. At the center bench, we've been working on the annual ornaments themselves. So this piece of glass, solid, it's mostly clear. It has stripes of a metallic gold. That's the theme of our annual ornament this year, which let's see that up on the screen, please. Yeah, could we see the annual ornament on the screen, please? Could we see the annual ornament on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to make sure you guys got a glimpse of this, because I know it's hard to see when the tiny little marbles are so far away. But this is the pattern that we have on the ornaments of our tree at the moment. Thank you. And yeah, at this point, we are still just going to be making all of those details that need to go on the inside of the snow globe. And after our lunch, that's when we'll assemble everything, put everything together inside of our snow globe. So for this present, which we could see up on the screen, Trent is putting a bow on it. This is done using a stringer, which is a strand of colored glass. It's very detail oriented. It's hard to keep your hand this straight, but you just heat up the end of the stringer and you can apply it to the surface of the piece. So we also use these for the snowman details, such as the eyes, maybe a scarf. Who knows what else we would want on a snowman. And at the center bench, we're seeing the creation of basically a marble, just solid marble of glass. Yeah, we use something called a ring tool to make sure it's perfectly round and symmetrical. and the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to cinch down and help us break the piece off later on. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. We are working towards making a snow globe down on the hot shop floor today. At the center bench, we're making basically a marble of colored glass. I think this will be attached onto the top of the snow globe. And these end up being pretty big, by the way. The last one we made was that big, I think. And the base, pretty tall and wide. And we are also working on some other details. For example, on the screen, this is the left bench, and we are making a few presents to go on the ground around the tree. And we already made the tree. That's sitting aside, staying warm inside of this silver box right here, which if I haven't pointed this out to anyone else already, this just keeps the glass warm while we prepare everything else, and then we can pull those pieces back out. So it sounds like we're getting started on a snowman as well at the center bench. I remember snowmen are one of the first projects you start to learn when you go through this youth program here in Tacoma. Started working with glass at 15 personally through Hilltop Artists, and there are a lot of people here in Tacoma who have gone through that program. And one of the first things you learn is how to make the snowman, because all you do is you take the jacks, which are the two metal blades, and you just squeeze, 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 and then you're done. So it's a good start. So we've already picked up our color for the snowman. Again, the way that we're coloring our glass today is through something called frit, which are these little shards of colored glass. And we have them sitting inside of those metal bowls or dishes on the table. So when you see us using those, we're just getting a surface layer of color over top of our clear. And then Gabe took that glass and he sharpened it or tapered it into more of a cone shape. This is the start of the shape of the snowman. And now he takes the jacks and he's able to squeeze down those 3 different lines to create the head and the middle section of the body and the lower section of the body. So now that we have the overall shape of our snowman, Gabe is able to use a handheld torch and a small piece of colored glass to start getting some of those details like the eyes of the snowman. And next we attach a nice big piece of color, and this is going to be the start to our snowman's hat, or yeah, top hat. And then we also have a scarf being prepared over on the left bench. So just detail upon detail for this snowman. And welcome to those who just joined in. As you can see, we're working on a snowman at the center bench at the moment. We've just brought over a colored bit of glass for the scarf. And this snowman is part of a bigger project overall. This is going to be placed inside of and assembled with other pieces inside of a snow globe that we're going to be putting together after our lunch break. So these snow globes are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. They apparently worked on these all day yesterday as well. So you can expect to see them out on the shelves in person soon. And this one will have been the second snow globe of the day when we do finish it. And next we grab a stringer of orange glass, and this is going to be attached to the face to create the nose. So it sounds like that's the last detail we needed for the inside of our snow globe. So we'll set that aside along with the other pieces inside of the garage, that silver box, to stay warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it does sound like we'll see something else small made, just in general. It's an unrelated project, but we'll continue to work a little bit further until about 1 p.m. and then we'll take our lunch. So we'll probably see a cup made in the hot shop. So at the center bench, we're making a cup, and we actually used a mold just a second ago, heating up the glass, stuffing it inside of the mold on the floor. I think this was a pineapple mold, which means we should have a basically a repeating diamond or square pattern across the surface of the glass. And then we'll sit down and we'll be able to blow this out and finish it off. These little cups tend to be pretty quick. You have to work with the glass quickly because it's so thin. It'll cool down quickly. Hey, welcome in, you guys. We are working on a cup at the center bench. Just before you guys came in, we blew a bubble, we pushed it into a mold, and so now we have basically this repeating diamond or square pattern on the surface of the glass, and we're just now blowing it out, finishing it off as a cup. So one of the most important tools, the jacks, which are these two metal blades, we'll use along the side of a piece to give it really straight, even walls. We'll also use it to cinch down and create a breaking point for ourselves. That's what we did just before we blew it out. And this is usually a 2 or 3 person job. Luckily, sometimes we'll use this hosing or this tubing to be able to blow for ourselves, taking out at least one person from the equation. But glass blowing overall is definitely team sport. And next we flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. So this is basically the beginning of the process for both of these components. We gather up a bit of clear on the end of our pipe. We blow into the opposite end to inflate that glass like a balloon. And we want this to be a rough contour to the inside of the mold that we'll be going inside of. So we taper the end slightly, we lengthen the bubble. And then we'll be going inside of the pineapple mold again, which creates basically this repeating diamond or square pattern. We have those molds on the floor just by where we're working. And then this bubble that we've just created, kept it nice and warm, we'll bring it over and quite literally drop it onto the end of that glass we were working with earlier before cutting it off. So this is a blown foot. This is eventually going to be opened up and flared out into the base of our cup. So after breaking off that small section on the end, this left us with a little opening into the remaining larger section. So we'll be able to use that eventually, go on the inside and flare it outward from that point. So this process that you're seeing is basically goblet making. It just doesn't have a stem for this glass in particular. And I always want to mention when we see goblet making, the fact that we have Goblet Week coming up. This is something we're trying to do every year. We have a different visiting artist every day during the week, and they work on their own style and variety of goblets during that full day. And then close to the end of the week, we end up having a sale and a reception, and everyone comes together, including the artists and people who want to come to have the chance to buy some of those goblets that were made. I think that's coming up January 14th to 18th. And I can't remember the exact date of the reception, but it's usually on a Saturday, I'd like to say. So if you're interested in goblet making, this is very satisfying, then you can watch even more during that week. And once we have this foot flared open, sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom, just straighten everything out. And then all we have left is opening up the top of the goblet once they're satisfied with the shape overall. Yeah, for everyone who's just joined in, we are working on making a cup. It's a pretty fancy cup. We just finished off the foot. And we just attached a pipe to the center of the bottom, allowing us to break the entire thing off of the pipe it was already on. And so now we can start to focus more on opening it up and finishing it off. And I know a lot of you guys came in later, so I'll point out once again the texturing we see on the surface of the glass. This is coming from something called a pineapple mold. We use a few different molds for different textures on the surface of the glass, whether it's ridges or in this case we have kind of a repeating diamond pattern. So to first start opening this up, we use tweezers first. We're pulling more than we are pinching right here, just stretching the glass. And then the shears to cut that excess glass away. And now that we've done that little bit of prep work, we can go on the inside, start to open it up, first using the jacks, and then the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool to reinflate the glass. So it looks like we are done with this cup. We'll break it off and maybe lightly torch the bottom where it's connected to the pipe and then put it away. We'll pick it up with a heated fork and off to the annealer it goes. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that cup. Thank you, everyone. So just to explain this box real quick, it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and it's programmed to slowly cool overnight, meaning we won't see any of those pieces until tomorrow at least. And that was our last piece before our lunch. Again, when we come back, because I know some of you guys didn't see the project we were working on earlier, we're going to be finishing a snow globe. We already made all the little pieces that go on the inside, like a tree and presents and everything. So look forward to that. We'll be getting started again at about 2:05. We'll have the official time posted on the screen. And thanks for stopping by. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we're just getting started again. If you take a look up on the screen, we have a camera view of what we're going to be working on. We also have closed captioning on the screen, which will be helpful with the echoing of the building. Now, if you were here earlier, you might already know the project that we're going to be working on. We are going to be continuing to work on snow globes for the second half of the day. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, once we have a nice variety of them. So we started this snow globe before lunch by making all of the things that are going inside of the snow globe. So at this point, we just have to make the base for the snow globe and then the globe itself to go over top of everything. And over on the left bench, we're just making a cup real quick. We did make one of these before lunch as well, just to kind of fill in some time. So we could focus on that for the time being. Up on the screen, we have a good view. So just to describe some things around the hot shop, we are working with a lot of heat. We never let the glass drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this cup right here that we've been working on is pretty much solid at this point. It's sitting at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the equipment that we're using to reheat the glass gets up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So we sometimes will have the glass pretty much up to that temperature. So we've already formed the lower half of our cup completely. To be able to work on the upper half of our cup, we have to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, and then we just broke the piece right off using a tool to kind of cool that section down, tap it off. So we have two things going on at the same time. At the center bench, we are heating up a piece of color bar, which starts off like this right here. And we'll pick it up on the end of our pipe and melt it down completely to layer it within the walls of a piece of glass. So this is going to be the color for the base of our snow globe. And this is where we get our glass in the first place, if you haven't seen it already. Gabe just gathered a layer of clear from the glass furnace in the back, which there's another one on the other side if it's hard for you to see that one. It's a tank with the closed door that has that glow emanating from behind it. So to use that color, we've started a clear bubble. We'll let this cool down quite a bit, and then we'll basically add the color on top of it. The team you see on the floor today, they're our resident hot shop team, and that means that they work for the museum, a lot of them full-time, and yeah, they are very experienced. They have between 20 and 30 years each of full-time experience for a lot of them. And it looks like we finished that cup over on the left bench. So we add a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, and that's enough to thermally shock that connection and pop it off. And we actually broke it off inside of the garage, which I don't know if I pointed this out to you guys earlier, but this is actually where we're keeping all of the pieces we made earlier warm, like the tree and the snowman and the presents that are going inside of the snow globe. But they're sitting in here at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a little flame in the corner of that box. So at this point, at the center bench, we have taken that molten colored glass, we dropped it down on top of the clear bubble, and now we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear bubble. And if we could have a view of the center bench, please. So to move this color back, we're rolling it on the marver, this metal table here. It's a thick slab of stainless steel on top. And I know some people joined in a little bit later on the explanation. You might have picked up some details here and there, but I wanted to share again. We're working on a snow globe, and we already have a lot of the components made. We just need to create the base for the snow globe and then the actual globe for the snow globe and bring everything together. But we have all the details like the scenery inside. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, so you can expect to see them in person sometime soon on those shelves. So we always let the glass cool down before we start gathering up layers of clear. And yeah, at this point, pretty soon we're going to be gathering up layer upon layer of clear glass over top of this color, just to start building up some mass for the piece, give us more material to work with. So if you haven't seen it already, the furnace that we're going to be using is in the back here, sits at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and there's a large ceramic crucible in the base of it that's just filled with molten glass. And then as soon as we have that glass, we'll pick out some imperfections, oftentimes just small air bubbles from inside of the furnace, and then smooth out the layer of glass completely using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. Oh yeah, and these are kept saturated in water. I get questions about that a lot. So they don't burn unless you are using them for too long. Oh yeah, this is a pipe cooler, so you're not missing anything crazy, just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. So we can get better leverage against the glass, get our hand closer to it. And we still do need a little bit more clear glass, and then we'll have enough to start blowing this out into the base of our snow globe. And any color you see right now is just from the heat inside of the glass. It's glowing like lava. But as soon as it cools down, it'll go back to black. So we just gathered up one more layer of clear, letting some of it drip off into a bucket. This is a strip gather, just getting a partial layer of the clear closer to an exact size. And you know what's nice? Everything that falls into that bucket is clear glass only, so eventually we just break it apart and throw it back into the furnace and reuse it. And welcome to those who just joined in. Just to catch you guys up a little bit, we have our resident hot shop team on the floor, so these guys work here for the museum. Basically, any day you come in, they'll be here on the floor. And we are working on some snow globes at the moment that will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. We did make one earlier successfully, and then we've also made a couple of cups at this point. The snow globes take a while. They're a big project. So now we start to actually blow this bubble out quite a bit. We're using another tool now that I haven't pointed out yet. It's actually just a pad of folded up newspaper that has been splashed or soaked with a little bit of water. And we can use that to guide which way the bubble blows out. And then of course, I know that torch is pretty impressive, it's loud, but it runs around the same temperature as the other equipment we're using, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we use it to heat up sections of glass at a time instead of the entire thing overall. And then immediately after, we started to cinch down using these two metal blades right here. These are called the jacks. And we're just creating a breaking point, a weak point for ourselves to use later on. So we're going to keep working on blowing this out a little bit and also sandwiching the glass in between the jacks, those two metal blades, and a wooden paddle on the bottom to try to get a nice crisp edge or 90-degree corner on the bottom. And just to orient you guys a little bit, the base of the base for the snow globe, so the very bottom, what's going to be touching the table, is furthest away from the pipe right now. So eventually the rest of our globe is going to be sitting on top of where the piece is connected to the pipe right now. And again, for anyone that's recently joined in, we are making snow globes on the hot shop floor today. So right now we're just making the base for the snow globe. We already have all of the decorative pieces for the inside, and then we'll need to make the globe itself. Also, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I know you're all coming in at different times, and anything about the galleries too, anything glass related. So now that we've completely flattened the bottom, we'll soon be able to move on to the next part. One of the important steps in this process is a little bit different from other blown pieces, is the object is pretty much completely enclosed. It's not open like a vase or a bowl or a cup. It's completely sealed in. So to prevent ourselves from creating a vacuum inside of the piece, we'll drill a hole that's kind of hidden in the bottom of the piece. This is just a tungsten bit that we superheated and pushed into the bottom. So while we're keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench, and by warm I mean probably a little over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we're preparing another pipe that has some clear glass on the end as an attachment point. We'll attach that to the center of the bottom of the piece pretty soon here, right over top of that hole we just drilled into the bottom. So this right here is also a blowpipe, and the clear glass is shaped kind of like a crown on the end. So when we attach this over that opening and eventually break this piece off from that first pipe, we should be able to continue to blow into the piece through this new blowpipe. And to break the piece off, we just apply a little bit of water, tap the pipe, and it pops right off. I get that question a lot, actually, about personal protective equipment. So the only thing that you have to worry about in the hot shop are your eyes from breaking glass. So we usually will wear glasses, whether it's prescription or safety glasses. And then we also make sure to wear cotton clothing. So if something hot touches us, it doesn't melt to our skin. If it's polyester or something, instead it just burns away. But other than that, it's pretty safe to work in a hot shop as long as you're not touching the glass itself or the wrong end of a tool, which is surprisingly hard to do. You can feel so much radiant heat coming off of all of this stuff. And again, these guys really know what they're doing, so you usually don't see them hurt themselves or even mess up on anything. So we've built up a lot of heat just on the top half of the piece. And we bring over another pipe with a clear puck basically on the very end. And we use that to hold on to the glass and pull away until we completely cut that glass off, which seals off that opening completely. So now we have a completely enclosed piece of glass again, except for that small hole we drilled into the bottom and put the blowpipe over top of. So we can continue to blow into this now that it's sealed off. It's a pretty complex series of techniques or series of steps to get to this point. And that tray on the floor has a bunch of these little shards of white colored glass. As long as whatever is touching those shards is hot enough, it'll pick it up. So we just picked up a layer of little crushed pieces of white glass, the appearance of snow. That's going to be the base of the snow globe on the inside. And just to straighten this out, we push a wooden paddle against the front while keeping the jacks on the side of the piece. And just like that, our base is pretty much done. Now this part's going to be fun to watch. What they'll do next is they'll start bringing over all those little pieces of glass they made earlier, the sculptural tree, the sculptural presents, and there's also a snowman. So we'll bring all those over one by one and start attaching them to the top of this base. And it looks like the first thing we've brought over is the tree. So we knock that off of its pipe. We heat up that connection point at the bottom of the trunk. And then just push it straight on. So there's our first thing attached. And something I've been pointing out about this, I made sure to point this out earlier, but this tree is decorated with miniature versions of our annual ornament this year. So it's clear with little stripes of a metallic gold color. And we could show that off up on the screen, the annual ornament. Because I know you can't see those ornaments from that far away, but this is the pattern on those little ornaments. Just detail upon detail for this snow globe right here. Thank you. When we're heating this up inside of the glory hole, which is that large reheating furnace, we're heating it up just enough for the glass to remain about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit over if you see it moving at any point. But if we get it any hotter, it would start to move and collapse and melt in, and we would lose all those details. So it is a balance, both literally and metaphorically, a balance. And here goes the snowman. And that was our first present that we just brought over and attached. We do have one more present to attach as well. And then I think that that should be all of the details for the inside of the snow globe. Yeah, it looks like we have one more small detail to add. It's a star for the top of the tree. And now the last thing we need to create and add is the globe for the snow globe. So what we'll do is we'll set this aside to stay warm in the garage. Again, this large silver box will stay at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We just stick pieces inside of it. It's like putting it on pause, and then we can bring it back out and heat it up again. So we'll start gathering up layers of clear. This is how small all of our projects start. Got to start somewhere. And again, each time we gather up a layer of clear, we'll sit down and use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool that we keep saturated in water, help prevent it from burning. And we're just smoothing and evening out the glass so that the bubble blows out evenly, which we do already have a bubble in this glass. I'm not sure if you guys saw that yet. It's very quick. You just put a puff of air in the pipe and then it pushed through and expanded like a balloon. Yeah, we did this for the very beginning of the base for the snow globe earlier too, but if anyone hadn't seen that, this is a strip gather, so we gathered up clear and then we just dripped a little bit of it off. And luckily, we have these buckets that will fill up with clear glass scraps like that, and we'll just crush it up and throw it back in and melt it down eventually. So that glass will be reused. And it looks like this is enough glass to start blowing out the globe. So again, using this pad of newspaper, we're able to guide which way the bubble blows out. So we're moving pretty quick here. We have a lot of heat, so we're able to do a lot in one go, but we started off by making the jack line, which using these two metal blades here called the jacks, we squeeze down and create a weak point or a breaking point for ourselves, just off the end of the pipe. And then blowing out a sphere may sound simple because the glass wants to be round usually, but it's difficult to make something so perfect. When we look at a sphere or a circle, we can always see any sort of discrepancies within it. So we have to go back and forth and just heat up small areas and just really focus on perfecting that shape. And there's no color to hide behind either. It's all clear glass. Oh, you know, I was talking about those annual ornaments earlier. There's some of them now. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. And for anyone who's recently joined in who I may have missed, we have a resident hot shop team on the floor today, so they work here at the museum pretty much full time. They'll help visiting artists that come through. We'll make store items like we are today. And these ones that we're working on today, we're making snow globes. These are pretty complex. It's combining glass blowing and glass sculpting, and we have a lot of small pieces that we're balancing. If we get anything too hot, we lose the shape. If it's too cold, it'll break off. It's all just very tricky, very technically challenging, but they're really fun. And they were making these yesterday as well, so we should have a nice selection of them in the store eventually. So while we've been keeping this piece of glass warm at the center bench, We've also been preparing a piece of colored glass that we're going to quite literally drop onto the end of the bubble. And this will be flattened down with the back of the jacks. This is where we're going to be eventually attaching another pipe to break this piece of glass off of the pipe it's on right now. You'll see this eventually, but it's to flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the opposite end. And now we have that second pipe ready. This is a little bit of clear glass on the end, basically just as a temporary attachment. And once we have that attached, we'll let it set up for a few seconds before breaking that piece away. And to break the piece off, I'm going to cinch down with the jacks before applying a little bit of water. The water will thermally shock the glass. It's like pouring boiling water on a frozen windshield. I'm sure some people have seen those videos. Thermal shock works both ways. Is there a way to fix up the closed captioning? So we've just used the jacks, which are those two metal blades, to slowly widen this opening. Then we use the Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool, to block off the opening and reinflate the glass, just giving us a little bit of a rounder shape. We still have a ways to go. And then every once in a while, you'll also see them double checking how wide this opening is with the calipers, just making sure they hit the exact size we need. Because just before some of you guys came in, we already created the base of the snow globe and all of the things that are inside of the snow globe. So we just have to make sure this fits over top of everything we've already created. And just to point out, we've already brought the base of our snow globe back out. It's over on the left bench right now. We're just keeping it warm at the moment while we finish off the globe at the center bench. So now we just have to keep both of our pieces of glass warm. We're setting up all of this equipment at the center bench just to make sure that when we bring the two pieces together, they're perfectly symmetrically connected. So for example, instead of rolling the piece back and forth across the bench, like we've been doing so far, we've got these rollers just to keep the piece rotating in one spot. And then once we're ready, we'll start heating up just the connecting points. So the lip of the globe that we've made, and then also the edge of the base. And just to make sure, again, that we're not creating a vacuum in this piece, we're drilling one more hole in the top of the base. And I know some of you guys didn't see the first one we made, but the base right here is completely closed off, top and bottom sides. The only openings now are a small hole drilled into the very bottom where the pipe is connected, and then also now the hole we drilled in the top. So once we attach the globe, we should still be able to blow air through the whole thing using the blowpipe it's attached to. So I believe this is just a size check. And now we can really start preparing to bring the two together. We'll use this super hot handheld torch to heat up those connecting points right where the two will touch. So this torch, it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I always want to mention that. It's the hottest item in the hot shop. It's really helpful for sculpting to heat up a small section of glass at a time. And we're doing that same thing over on the left bench with the globe. So while heating up the two connecting points, we slowly bring the two pieces together. This is just to make sure we have a perfect seal all the way around. And then we're able to break this smaller pipe away that was holding onto the globe originally, using just a little bit of water. And just like that, we have the two connected. It's always a really scary moment, because if that connection there got too cold, then it would have just popped away when we went back into the heat. But it looks like it's safe. And now we just have this one small detail. Created this little sculptural piece earlier to attach just to the top of the snow globe. So at this point, we're just getting ready to break it off and put it away, torching any weak or cold areas. And then we'll add on a little bit of water at that connecting point. We'll pop it off into those Kevlar gloves. We usually will break the pieces off at the bench and then torch the bottom and then carry it over to be put away. And this is going inside of the annealer over on the right wall, which is that large black box over there. It's going to slowly cool down in there at least overnight, if not longer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And off into the annealer it goes. That box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day, and we just load pieces inside of it one after the other, and then eventually they all cool down together at once overnight. And that was a big piece. I'm sure our artists will need just a couple of minutes, get some water, talk about what they're going to work on next. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We're going to be making one more snow globe today, and this one is going to be a little bit smaller than our other ones, but it's going to have a nice detailed tree inside of it with our annual ornaments. And this is all going to start with, I assume, the tree that has to go inside. And we already have the ornaments made. They're basically these little marbles of solid glass with gold striping. There we go. So we have a pretty good view up on the screen of what's going on. I wanted to point out those little metal dishes on the table there. Those are filled up with frit, which are these shards of colored glass. So we've picked up a bunch of green color on the surface, and Trent has shaped up this glass a little bit already, and we'll start adding branches by cutting into the glass with the shears. Oh yeah, so around the corner we have a powder booth. This is just a well-ventilated booth that we use glass, powdered glass inside of, so we don't inhale it. And we just dusted a little bit of white powder on to make it look like snow had freshly fallen on the tree. So now that we have our tree made, which I think we still have some details to add to this, but we'll just see those appear over time. We are also going to start making the base for our snow globe at the center bench. And this is really important. This is what we put all of our pieces on. So earlier we were making snow globes that had all sorts of things like presents and trees and snowmen. This is what we'll place that tree on top of. So this process at the center bench, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. We're melting down a piece of colored glass completely, and we'll drop it on top of a clear bubble. And eventually that color will be completely layered over top of the clear. So this makes the piece appear to be all made from just one color of glass, but in reality it's just a thin layer and mostly clear glass. So that's dropped down, and eventually, again, this was just rolled and pushed back. Also, we are adding some ornaments onto the tree over on that left bench. And I always want to point out, again, these are our annual ornaments. They're based off our annual ornaments that we have this year. And those ones are clear, and they have gold striping on them. There's a picture up on the screen. So each year we create a different theme. I think that we basically choose the artist, and the artist chooses the theme. This year, it's Sarah Gilbert. She's one of our full-time Hot Shop employees. So on top of that layer of color that we have at the center bench, we started to gather up layers of clear. And this is just to add some mass to work with, give us more material to work with. So to get a nice flat bottom for the base of our snow globe, we're pushing a wooden paddle onto the bottom, keeping the jacks on the side. So at the center bench, Gabe is going to be melting a hole into the bottom of this piece. And the reasoning for this, we don't want to create a vacuum inside of the piece by completely sealing something off. And eventually we will be closing off the top of this. So this is a tungsten bit. We're superheating it with this handheld torch and then just pushing it into the bottom with a drill. And then this clear glass here on this second blowpipe, this is going to be attached right over top of that opening. And now it looks like we're ready to bring the two together. Once that's been connected, they will cinch down and make an indentation or weak point between the two, because this is also just a temporary connection. And then to break the piece away, we apply a little water and then tap the pipe, and it just pops right off, using thermal shock to our advantage. So the first thing that we do is we close off that opening that was left behind from breaking that pipe away. So we just took our base, we pushed it onto this tray on the floor. This has a bunch of frit in the tray, which are just these little shards of colored glass, specifically white. So this is meant to look like a dusting of snow on the ground inside of the snow globe. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we are working on making a snow globe right now. We already have a tree made that's going to go on the inside of it. And this is the base of the snow globe, of course. We still have yet to create the globe itself that goes over top of everything. Oh, and these are also store items, so you can expect to see them on the Museum of Glass store shelves. So most of you were here for this earlier when we drilled a hole into the very bottom. Well, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to drill a hole into the top of the base. And this is because when we add that dome over top of this whole thing, we would be creating a vacuum. We'd be completely closing this area off. And then if we heat it up, it can collapse on itself. So we're just preventing ourselves from creating a vacuum. And this allows us to continue to blow into the piece and work with it further later on as well. So now we get started on the dome itself, which Trent has another blowpipe. He's just gathered a little bit of clear. And just to point out for the newcomers, this tank that we're going inside of, this is of course where we're getting all of our fresh molten glass. And it is sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit in there inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it. And this stays on 24/7. This is the one piece of equipment we never turn off or turn down or anything. So we'll now start blowing this out into our globe. We'll be using the newspapers to guide which way the bubble blows out. So yes, this is just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with a little bit of water. And then using the jacks, which are these two metal blades, we can create a weak point or a breaking point called the jack line. So they have a certain size that they have to create when it comes to the globe for the snow globe. So making it a little bit taller for that tree, making sure that everything will fit properly. And then they're double checking with the calipers every once in a while. Make sure that it'll fit properly over the base. It's not too big, not too small. It's a lot of detail they have to pay attention to, even though this is just a clear, blown piece of glass. Oh yeah, just in case I didn't point this out already, but if you're wondering where the base went with that tree on it, it's sitting inside of the garage now, which is this large silver box, just staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we get everything else ready. And then we'll be able to pull that back out and attach everything together. And next, this is a really important step. We attach a pipe onto the end of our bubble. Then we'll break the piece off of that first pipe it was created on, just like we did with the base earlier. So using a little bit of water, we thermally shock that connection, and then tapping the pipe pops a piece off from the vibrations. And now we're ready to open this up to its full size and finish off that dome. So now we could start going on the inside with the jacks and flaring this out open. And at the same time, it looks like we're starting to heat up the base again. There's a flame in the corner of this silver box right here. We're just gonna heat it up a little further and then take it out. So we've brought that base back out. It's over on the left bench. We're just going to keep it warm for the time being. So to connect these two pieces together, we're going to start heating up just the connecting point. So in this case, the rim of the clear glass and then the edge of the base over on the left bench, and then we'll bring them together. So there's the rest of our snow globe. And after pushing the two together, give it a puff of air while keeping the papers on the side. And then, oh, break the piece away. So the connection probably got a little too cold, so it popped off of the pipe. So it looks like we're going to try to save the base by putting the whole thing away. And wow, I know, crazy stuff happens. It's glass, glass breaks. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thanks for watching to the end.